Hello everybody and welcome back to a new episode of the TSTT Time. I'm your host Mirko and hope you're having an awesome day so far. Let's do a quick audio check because I fiddle around with stuff and it's always that always means I should check things. I should check them anyway. Everything seems to be working. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Today, the last couple of days I was actually doing something out of my comfort zone, which is C#. But today, since it's Wednesday, I think we are going to be back in TypeScript land and game development land and whatnot. So that's going to be fun. What I want to do is give this little friend here, bring this little friend to life on our screen. So I want to fiddle around a bit with how I set up the stream and make it a bit more lively. One more thing that I want to change, but I didn't find the time so far, is this one into dark mode. Basically, currently the to-do list. The to-do list has terrible colors. And due to the opacity, it's pretty much impossible to see anything. And I think, so I'm not 100% sure, I did set the opacity on the thing itself, which means I need to change it there. And then also switch around the colors. I cannot do that on Streamer, unfortunately, because I have a very insecure setup for that one. That one I have to do kind of in my free time. But the character that we want to work on today is this nice little friend here. Look at him, the nice little cat. I call him Ow because he's blue. I also want to make a green version and maybe a red version, maybe some more, because it's very, very simple to color these guys. We have his idle version. We have a version where he's like, his eyes are, he's very, very happy. I can reorder these. Oh no, it didn't work. Okay, reordering doesn't work. We have a laughing version of it. Him or her, I don't know. It. I guess in English you would probably say it. In German you always say even a pet's name with he or she. So we have a laughing version and we even have a walking version. So, and I want to let him or her, I want to let Ow walk on our stream and just be there. And from time to time switch its animation. Just be kind of a character, mascot character that hangs out here in our stream. That's my idea. And the good thing is, I figured out that Phaser now has a very, very simple way of working with sprite exports. We just have to follow a specific number of steps. And we have a tutorial for that. And what's more is we have to install the newest beta version of Phaser for everything to work. Otherwise, these animation frames here, they have different. Oh, come on. These animation frames here have non-standard animation times. For example, this one has 300 milliseconds. But this one has 500, and there is a bug in Phaser 3 that, at least together with the sprite export, that when you have different durations, it basically it starts the animation and it immediately skips to the last of these animation frames and then stays there, which of course is not what we want. We want to actually have Owie walk through, or Ow. Owie? I don't know. Owie or Ow. I think Owie is like. we want ROE to actually walk through all of his animation frames. It's still crude, and I'm not 100% sure how it will work out. We actually have a move, but we will see. We will see. It's going to be interesting, I think. So, what I want to do first is have this Phaser 3 A sprite JSON include. I think that's it, right? Yep. So this page, Phaser can now do this very, very simply with just saying, well, this.load A sprite. We're balanced. We have to, however, follow the specific steps of how to export our character. And for that, we ever so slightly to the side here, so we can see what we actually do. No, that didn't work. Side. Right. So, we go to File. We go to Export Sprite Sheet. We go to Layout. We set it to Packed. I think we can also have this up quickly. I think we can. Never mind. I think that comes. We can trim them automatically. So we want packed. We want layout packed. Set the constraints to none. Done. Merge duplicates is automatically done. Then we want the sprite. We want to have set layers to visible layers. That makes sense. We want to have all frames, which also makes sense because we want to actually export all of them. Interestingly, only see one of them down here. We want trim sprite. We want to trim cells or cells and ensure that this one is set to 1 and this one is set to 1 and this one is also set to 1. All of them need to be greater than 0. 1 is usually enough. And on the output tab, give it a name, choose PNG files, JSON data. So these characters, by the way, are very much inspired by Michiri Neko. This character here is very much inspired by Michiri Neko in a pixelated version, kind of. So we have to set this one to frame only. So this one can be hash or array, doesn't matter. Make sure tags is checked. Yep. And then we also want the output file. And then I will unshow my screen just to ensure that I'm not showing any important data on my screen. Be right back. All right, that's done. Got the paths right now, and then let's do it. And with that, we hopefully see two files in here. Perfect. One being this nice little friend. I'm not sure why it splits it, to be honest. Ah, because it's the diff. Okay. Go. And we have this JSON file, which includes all the frames and how they fit together. For example, the idle animation is from frame 0 to frame 0. The walk animation is from 1 to 4. And how to animate them. And also the duration is on here for each frame. And how large they are and whatnot. Okie dokie. So size is 128. You might need to re-export because this is in a very, very terrible position. So let's maybe do that. We can. I think I have a shortcut set up also for. I want to trim everything. Okay, Control Alt C. Work. Why do you not work? Oh, you can do it. Control Alt. That's why. Click the wrong button. All right. I think that works. And I think we have to re-export once. Let's export, yeah, do it. Just for safety's sake, I will. No, it doesn't really. Does it? I think it doesn't really. All right. Going back. This doesn't have any changes. This one, however, has a lot of changes. Now it's not 128 to 128 width and height. Instead, it's only 36 times 54. So from there, we can go back to our tutorial. And we can now say in the preload, load our friend. Do I even have a preload function? Loading screen. No, I only have the main scene. Next thing. Simple. Preload. Like so. Could also do it like this. That works as well. Oops. But we have to take the right path. So this is E. Let's call it Neko. And also image name into Neko. Neko. And in fact, this one is the blue one. We take blue Neko. Oh. Actually, we can call it Aoi. Right? So we have Aoi. We have, I think it needs to be assets slash images. Assets slash images slash Aoi JSON. And then assets slash images. The PNG. And now it's done. Next step. Now we can add an animation. Created. I think we need a constructor. Create function. Create is the function in Phaser.js, Phaser 3 that gets automatically called inside of the screen whenever this screen gets added to the game. Usually it's a game engine, right? I'm kind of misusing it for the stream effects. For example, this one is handled with the help of this kind of chatbot. We also have no stars and a couple of more. And I even added one for Roll. Night. So we can, if we aren't able to decide on something, we can just like roll a 2. It's basically a coin flip. Also, one thing that I want to do, add a little sound effect. That should be very, very simple. We might be able to do in between. So next, let's inside of our create, we say something. This dot add dot sprite. No, first enum. This dot enums dot, was it? Create from a sprite. Okay. Are we? Hey, Hector HSC. The best way to learn TypeScript. If one doesn't know JavaScript but knows other languages. C#. C# and TypeScript are very, very close. Also, thank you for the bits. C# and TypeScript are very, very close. Anders Heilsberg, one of the main, I think the main architect of C#, he is also one of the main people behind TypeScript, in fact. So it is very, very close. I can tell you it's absolutely possible and maybe even better to not know JavaScript. Because you don't have the emotional baggage that comes with knowing JavaScript beforehand. I in fact originally come from from TypeScript, and then after time had to learn JavaScript. I might be one of the very, very first person to have it this way. The best way, if you don't know JavaScript, but you know C#. If you are into web development, so .NET C, .NET, ASP.NET maybe, or ASP.NET Model View Control, MVC, then I can tell you that Nest.js, if you're on the back, if you want to learn some backend coding, Nest.js with an S, the one with the cats, is very similar. You have stuff like DTOs, you have controllers, you have your entity model, or your domain model, where you, like if you've used Entity Framework Core. So I can only talk about 6 days of C#, be aware of that. It is, but Nest.js is very, very similar to that. You have your ORM sitting on top of a database. If you've worked with something like EF, Entity Framework Core, there are some okayishly familiar things that are even in the default documentation. If you go through the first steps, you basically have you worked with ASP.NET by any chance? I cannot talk much about anything that is very, very close to an operating system or mobile, because I have not worked with C# on those topics yet. You're learning ASP.NET Core. Okay, then you know there's this, it is program.cs. This is your program.cs. In here, you just start up the application. You typically also link up some some middlewares and whatnot. And then this is the file typically that starts up first, the main tiers. Then you have controllers, which define how your like a find all functionality or a get all functionality, which then, for example, passes it onto the service, which then talks to the database and gets all the data back and then returns it. So this is very, very, very similar to what ASP.NET Core is doing in the MVC stuff, at least. And it continues. There are a lot of similarities. It even uses dependency injection. One of the frameworks that is the TypeScript and JavaScript frameworks that is using dependency injection, because it's very much inspired by, maybe you've heard of AngularJS, by Angular. You have that here as well. Somewhere we should be seeing something like a module. Here you define the dependency injection and which things get resolved where. It is slightly more complicated than the C# thing, because it's more scoped. You have very, very small scopes in comparison. Or at least that's my impression of C# ASP.NET. But yeah, the similarities continue. So if you want to learn TypeScript, I think the Nest.js, and you know ASP.NET Core somewhat, then Nest.js is a great way to start on the backend. And if you know Nest.js, then and you want to go into the front end, it is not unfamiliar to, not very different from Angular, in fact. If you don't like Angular, that's also fine. But at least you then already know the language. Because, well, the reason why I suggest you going with Nest.js is that because you say you already work with ASP.NET Core, so you know backend development, you know the concepts behind that one, and that makes it much easier to concentrate on learning the language and not having to fight the framework as much, I would say. So that's one way to immediately like dive into. If you're more you want something on the front end, I personally use React, but it is very different from what I've seen in ASP.NET, at least. React does things very differently in a very JavaScripty way, even though you can use it with JavaScript. But it is still a great framework. Nothing. Yeah, I hope that helps. The Nest.js is pretty cool. They are from, I think the developers are from Poland, and I know maybe they are in the US. I said no. And they have, like, if you want a deep dive, they have documentation on pretty much everything. If you want to use, instead of a model view control and regular REST style or that direction, you want to use GraphQL. They have a complete documentation on how to integrate GraphQL. How do you secure your stuff? How to do authentication and all of that fun stuff. Although the authentication stuff, I always suggest use something else. In general, use a product for authentication. Unless you are building authentication frameworks and you are very, very good at security. Yeah, guides for WebSockets if you want to have a constant connection with your clients, and so on and so on. They've got it all in the documentation, and kind of plugins for that as well, which is very nice. So that's my suggestion for you. Let's maybe get back to our little Mascot carrier here. What products do you use for authentication? I've worked professionally. I've worked with Auth0, which was very, very good. It has a steep pricing curve, however, if you actually want to do it professionally. But you can start as a developer, you can start for free, which is pretty cool. And then you have authentication in very, very few steps. I used, or I very much looked into the AWS Cognito, the Auth0. Let me share the Nest.js link also with you. Oh, sorry about that. This is Nest.js. There's Auth0, which you might have heard of. They are part of Octo by now, but they kind of give you a way to do OAuth or to in a fairly okay-ish way. And they can do more. They also have like user management integrated and all of that fun stuff. So that's one version. I worked quite a bit, though not professionally, with AWS Cognito, which is AWS integrated and has a very, very generous free tier even for professional stuff. So that's something. It's more set up and the UIs are okay-ishly. But if you're working with something like Amplify together, and this one is pretty cool. Two other companies that I've worked for, they've built their own authentication. I cannot recommend it. It is very, very insecure, and even if you build it secure and at one year later, it's considered insecure. So that's no fun. And one thing that I want to look into is Keycloak, and I was actually thinking about whether I should do that today, but I decided not to. I want to fiddle around with it some more. Keycloak is a self-hosted solution compared to the other two that I've shared with you just now. There's also an Azure version, by the way, of this one, which is Azure AD Active Directory Identity. Was it identity? Public identity? AWS Cognito, Azure Alternative. It is part of AWS Azure Active Directory, but it is a kind of subpart where you have, can't find it, where you have public users. Active Directory, at least for me, it always seems more towards businesses. Can't find it. Anyway, Keycloak is one thing that I want to look into. Compared to the other two, it is a self-hosted solution. There's a very, very good video. Don't watch it now. But this video here gives a very good introduction. How to set up all of that fun stuff internally. It is very similar, or it uses the same ideas as Azure Directory, Cognito, and Auth0. Also has like this this web UI, but you can configure much more compared to the other ones. Auth0 might have similar amount of configuration enabled, but it also costs. This one is completely free. You can just host it as a Docker container if you desire to do so. But be aware that if you shut down the Docker container, everything will be lost. Do we see like where he's actually managing the users? Yeah, but that's a fairly good video on keep. I will not do it today though. I want to do the mascot. Because I did some drawing. We have this nice little character here. Look at him. Oh, he's dancing. Or actually he's walking. If we animate it properly. I hope that helps you. Remember, you have been here for quite some while, right? Like as a subscriber. I remember you, unfortunately, because there was a couple of days before that, there were some other people that had very, very similar names, but they were obviously bots. So I was like, is that a bot too? I'm very happy to see that you are not a bot. So welcome to the tea time. Kind of belated. Cheers to you. So we now add the animation, and I think we just need one more line, like so. Shouldn't we like give it a texture? Yeah. Oh, the documentation is wrong. It needs a third parameter here. And the parameter is exactly the key of this thing here. And we start with, let's say, walk. I think that's the name I gave it, right? Walk, yeah, in small letters. Save. And then we can go to the browser. And there he is. Is he walking? I'm not sure. He's also very, very small. Maybe we do the following. Set scale. Like 3 times. That's much better. Oh yeah, he's walking. Look at it. But it's not looping. How do we actually make it loop? Does it have a configuration? No. We can provide a configuration like in here. Yeah. Key, walk, and then we want to make him loop or repeat -1 infinitely. So that should work. All in all, I would say C# is harder to learn than TypeScript, in fact. Because in TypeScript you have more type and frame. I have a feeling. As long, one important thing, do yourself a favor if you want to learn real TypeScript. And set strict to true in the compiler option. So tsconfig is a file that defines your compiler configuration. It is similar to your CS proj. Inside of there, you can also set some compiler option like nullability and stuff, right? Sharp. And in here, do yourself a favor and learn proper TypeScript by using strict. Otherwise, you will learn JavaScript. Partially at least. This enforces you to be more careful, but at the same time it gives you better TypeScript help. So that's one hint I would give personally. He is animated way too fast. Is that Duration 100, 300, 500. Ah, that's because our version is wrong. Our version is wrong. We need to use the newest phaser version. The stuff that I'm currently using is not yet in the... we need to use the beta, in fact. How did I do that again? What was the beta? T was, which is our little game that we have here. Little game here. And we also developed this completely on stream. But inside of here, I have package.json. I set it to 360.0 beta 9. 60.0. Yeah, so package.json in the JavaScript TypeScript world is the equivalent of your CS project. Yeah. There you have your dependencies declared, like libraries that you pull in, and more, and also some scripts if you want to, which is very, very. So that should help. If we do now npm install, do I use yarn or package npm install, which pulls all the all the packages again and updates them. Overriding peer dependency. Could not resolve dependency. That's fine. This one is good. And now we start the dev server again. And as soon as that one is running, we can go back here. And see, now his timing is correct. Way slower. Very nice. Very nice. And that is only fixed in the beta version. They haven't. Phaser hasn't released Phaser is a game engine that I've been using for quite some time now. Phaser 3 hasn't released these candidate 60. They haven't released in like a year, I think. And 360 is just massive. Incredibly massive. Equal. Changelog 360. Yeah, look at all those features. And in particular, we have this create a sprite. And somewhere we also have this bug fix. Create from a sprite would calculate an incorrect frame duration if the frames didn't all have the same speed. And that's why I have to switch to this beta version. Now everything's fine. We can make him walk. And maybe we actually pull him out into a TS. Neko is the Japanese word for cat, and I'm a Japanese speaker. Very much fond of the Japanese culture. I want to kind of ever so slightly Japaneseify my stream. T is part of it. Also a very, very important part of Japanese. So, Phaser sprite, I think, is my little helper snippet here. So we create a new class and we call it Neko. It extends a sprite being something that an image that can be animated. It may consist of multiple images that work together. We have the constructor, which receives some parameters like the the scene where it's added to, that's just one of the base components, maybe the base component of phaser. We have the x coordinate where it should lie, and the y coordinate, counting from the top left. So it starts here at 0, 0, kind of. If we're looking at this small window here, starts here at 0, 0, then goes down with the y coordinate, and in this direction with the x coordinate. And the texture that we want to have. In this case, we can actually say this is Aoi. But I want to add more. Should be fairly simple. Should be fairly simple. Oh. Do I have to? Aoi. And then, so we can now go to this. Actually, this one, adding the, oh, I think that works. We do something like this. We give it a parameter this. Then the animation frames only map to, or the keys get prefixed essentially. Good. We want a literal string type here. This is not possible. Not assignable to. We need to use undefined comma. Then we have the scene where we add this to. Scale. Then I want to this dot play. Oh, this is not possible. How did that work again? Let me check the other project. Sure. Generate animation from. What is that? Didn't I say something like anims.from create from a sprite somewhere? Here it works. Do we have the wrong TypeScript? Phaser ships with its own type, so it's okay-ish. We might need to reload our window. That's just a guess. Are you happy now? No, you're not. It doesn't work in the other one. Beta 9. Which version did we actually install? Phaser. Phaser. .360 beta 9. Okay, interesting. In that case, let's for the time being just put like this. Even though I'm fairly sure that it should work. Because here we do exactly that. And it has a parameter text and it has a parameter target. That's something different? No, it's the same. Oh, animation manager. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm calling this dot. What I want is scene dot. Ah, I called it accidentally on the sprite. What I want to call it on is on the scene, because in Phaser the animations are handled globally, which is not uncommon apparently, I think, for handling stuff like sound and animations globally, because it reduces some amount of, I don't know, memory maybe? Processing power? I don't know. So we can do that, and now we can replace our line that we have down here. Where did it go? Right? Oh, we remove that. Remove the line. And new echo of this of I think 300 was it, right? 400, 300, and the texture is, there is only one right now, so not much. Then we can save. Should be able to reload as soon as I restart the server, because I reloaded my window. Everything is gone. And we should be able to see him dance now. Yay, there he is. So now comes the fun part. Bringing him to life. So, like, for example, you can say something private. Yes. Is an array of. Oh. Good to go. You're welcome. Thank you for joining in. Very, very happy again. You're an actual person. Thanks again for the support. Hope to see you next time. Maybe I will be streaming some C# again this week. I need help. and in the process, if you're there, I can also explain stuff like how it works in Nest.js similarly. See you around, Hector. Bye bye. A great one. So we can add this, the cats here. Cats.add. We need to call this dot. Also one of the differences between C# and Java and TypeScript. We also always have to call it on this. We want to use the class variable. And it's not add, it's push. So that means we have one more cat. Somewhere I hope we have an update function. We do not. In that case we can add one. Public update. Receives, I think, is delta and time the number delta, which is a number, and then it calls this dot cats dot for each cat do cat dot update with time and delta. Where I wanted to go. And inside of here, so update is one of the kind of prescribed methods of Phaser, which you, for a scene, if the scene is loaded, it automatically gets updated. This method automatically gets called for all your components inside of there, like a sprite that is added to the scene graph, or an image or some text that is added to the scene graph. They will not be updated automatically. They will also have a pre-update method, and we could work with that one, but it will. This one is actually internal and should not be used. it is used automatically to update the animations, for example. So you gotta be careful with that one. Update, however, that's where we can do our stuff. And let's say we want to have it walk from the left to the right. So can do something like this dot x plus equals, so x is the x position, the x position, x coordinate, and we can just say plus equals 1, which might be too much. Pixel art true. That should help. Time number. There we go. He's doing the moonwalk thing. So we probably want to go from the right to the left, because that's currently his direction. Otherwise, we could do something like this. This dot flip, set flip x, the x direction, inversed on the horizontal axis. So we want to flip at y direction. True. Oh, or maybe it is the x. There it is. Okay. Question is, oh, we just set it to, we want plus equal. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected. Yeah, it's kind of what I expected. Having this kind of animation, it looks weird when... I mean, it looks weird in the first place, maybe. But it looks weird when the update happens all the time. Oh, interesting. On the screen, OBS doesn't like this pixel art. It apparently it's bumping, or it's flickering there. But on my screen, it's actually not doing that in the browser. Let's make him smaller, maybe. Okay. What do we want to do with him? We can also call it dance instead. And maybe we randomly pick a new animation every so often. For that, we can instead use this .scene.events.set interval. Oh no, let's do it with the update method. We give it a private time to next animation is equal to that start at 5,000, not at 1,000 maybe, because we need to see something. And then we do this dot time to next animation minus equals delta. So delta is the time that has passed since our last update. And we now count down this time. And now we can do something. So what animations do we actually? What do I want to do? Let's just pick a random one. So we can do something like const enums to array of, so we have walk, we have, what else do we have? These tags here, we have idle, we have eyes, we have love, eyes and love, and then we can use sample maybe to pick a random one, and we can say this dot play e is just a sampled version or any of the randomly picked animation, and we want to repeat it forever. Do you not like this? Sample is equal to receives an array actually we can args is parameters type of sample and it maps to sample of args, and it just does. That didn't. That didn't work at all. We have to have a key here. I can just say it's an array string array, and then we do so this is I'm just assuming that the array that I provide is not empty. Simple. Because we will write that more often. Oh wow, he's changing a lot. Oh, I think I wanted to. If time to next animation is smaller than the 0, then do what he says, and we roll a new time to next animation is equal to random, let's say something between 1000 and 5000. Are you not happy? But random is not a problem. That's why. Is it working? Oh, yeah, it is. Look at it. Now he's happy. Now he's dancing. And now he's happy again. Nice. There it is. Very Nietzsche. So where do we actually want to put him? I think we want to put him next to me, which is something like this dot scale dot height minus maybe 100 pixels, which is very much pretty much on this level here, I guess. Maybe 200. Yeah, 100. I'm working in the X coordinate currently, so I should change that. And then we have a screen is 1009 wait, 1980, 20? Is that right? 1920. So center about here. Then it's like a bit more. So let's take this at scalar width plus 100 pixels more. And now should be moving. There he is. I do want to put him slightly more up, maybe 200. That's too much. 130. Yeah. The cool thing that we can do is just add another one. And maybe we also give it some U direction maybe. Or maybe we give it another config which has something which is optional. U direction optionally, right? So if config dot U direction right, then left. Now we should look to the left, but if we say, well, U direction, you should look to the right, then we have another cat which now looks to the right. And we can just shift it by another 150 maybe? Oh, it's vice versa. So I want this one to look to the right. And they do different things, look at it. Isn't that cool? Now let's maybe start at 5,000 here. Oh no, for starters, to do change to something more. Also down there. Probably. Maybe we give it a const config. Is equal to initial time to next animation, say 1000. Time to next min is normally I would use 10,000 probably, and time to next max 5,000 for now. So I use config blah, config not maximum but minimum, and config maximum. Yes. So here comes the fun part, and just step in here, open containing folder, then with, and now this should be fairly easy. All we need to do is define our green friend, taking these colors that I've already tried and say not contiguous, pick the right color. And bams, yes, not that color. And also now has this dot. Now we yes, and we call him Midori. What Midori means green. What's that one? Yes. In fact, these are completely identical. We might be able to just have one. I'm not sure whether Phaser is actually using this image field. I suppose it is not using. Fairly positive. Up here we can say, now also want to allow the name Midori, and we actually want to take the texture there. Main scene, we add another atlas. It is still ROE for that one. The texture URL, however, is now Midori. This one is also Midori. Save. And now if we make one of our friends here Midori, if we're lucky, yay! There it is! Now we have two friends of them. Very nice. That was very easy. Let me make Aka. Oh. Preview. I would like maybe not Aka, but instead pink. Would like pinkish version. Well, so let's find a nice pink. Goes along well with this color. One more color. Turn it into that one. But now we move it in. Oh, no, I didn't want to. That one. The very hard. Did it commit? Isn't that the same color I had? Committed? Ah, no. So all we need to do is switch up contiguous, and bams, we have a pink version. And maybe we take down. Maybe. Yeah, even darker. That didn't work. Yeah, that works. Ramps saved, and can add another cat that we call pink. We need to also allow it in the texture keys here. And here, say pink, pink, save. And I think we need to give it another position. Look at this, look at it. Maybe 350? Look at him! Oh, I love him. This is so cool. I think InstaFluff would be proud of us. Very nice. That worked very, very well. I also like the colors, to be honest. Very, very good. That was easy. That one wasn't half bad. And they're also kind of independent. Cool. I think we're good. We could do something like pushing one down ever so slightly and another also maybe. So that it looks slightly more natural. 7 maybe. No. Let's leave it as is. sank into the ground. Let's see. So I'm looking at the screen because there's the OBS screen. Maybe we move you down by a few pixels and down by a few pixels too. What happened? There's a 0 missing. Is that helping? I don't think it is it? Unless we do it properly. Which means something like 150. So set scale 1.9 because it's more in the background. Oh wow, that's a lot smaller. Why? Oh, say scale 3. Okay. 2.9. Yeah. I'm not sure whether it's getting better or worse. Unfortunately. Move you ever so close, ever so slightly closer. And you ever so slightly closer. You ever so slightly closer to both again. That didn't work. Did it? Hmm? Did you see that? The blue started smiling and green immediately smiled back. Oh, that was so cute. Isn't that something? Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. Yeah, I love it. To be honest, I'm a big fan. I could watch my stream now. Very nice. Very Nietzsche. Very Nietzsche. We also have fire. Oh, that's a bad one. Okay, fire isn't working. Why not? Fire, why are you not working the way you're supposed to? Oh wow. It might have not worked because it did not have focus. Now fire is working. the cats. Oh no. We should actually have them move away and then come back. It would be so much nicer. I love them. Look at them, they're so happy. Very nice. Is the fire going to stop at some point? I hope so. But we need some stars. No. Cool down the fire. At some point the fire should stop. I think. Yeah, that's... The despawn is weird. It should get smaller, I think. Alright. I think we can just stage all of feature. Neko. Oh, character. Mascot. Character. Bams. And now we can do something like yarn build. Have them actually appear on the screen. Oh, yarn build. You can do it. Something. There we go. Didn't I have like some way to make it more awesome, like the webpack thingy? Pose loader. Boom, boom. Find it. Yeah. But if we refresh our didn't work. Why not? Yeah. Effects is still. Hmm. Why did that not work? Oh. That's weird. I mean, we did build it, right? Yeah. Why did that not work? Is everything broken now? It absolutely is. Oh, that's annoying. That's... Why is it broken? Oh, we have... Exception happened during processing of request. 127.001. It's actually running on that front. That is a different. What is this port? 8765. Let me check out my aliases ever so quickly. 8765. Yeah, that works. So can we go to 8765? Page doesn't work. Okay. Did the Python server crash? How can that even be? Okay. I think I have to restart all of the stream stuff. All our bots just crashed. Let's see. What is even the command? So this one and that one and that one. Did I close OBS? No, OBS is still on. Very good. Okay. W is equal. Okay. So pgrep Python. Python is still somewhat running, but it's not completely run. Is it only the effect server? No. Address already in use. Okay. I guess we have to kill Python then. Here's what I'm doing. I checked where the Python is still running, because I'm running the web server with Python. Then killed Python, and I have 3 servers running, because why not? And now I need to run, I think I need to shut this down. Very, very lucky that OBS is still running, because I started it with that setup. So running on 8765, running on 73 something something. The other part is still running. I didn't know everything crashed now. The node server was still running. Why do I even run that one on node? Ah, because it's an actual byte. Okay, never mind. So localhost 8765. Well, that didn't work. That must be a colon. There they are. Yay! Look at him. Very nice. It didn't work. No, why? What is... Ah. Oh, I just had to refresh it. That's why. That's why. Look at them. They're cute. And they're dancing. We might want to set the variables differently, however. So otherwise it might get busy. Maybe something like every 20 seconds. And maybe maybe up to 1 minute. That 1 minute? No, 60,000. 1 minute. There's a very, very useful tool which I want to actually use. MS. What it's called. Milliseconds. And then you can just say milliseconds of, for example, 2 days and so on, which is much nicer than what I'm currently doing. It has like, wow, that's a lot of downloads. So we can go here again, we do something like npm install, and it is a production dependency, in fact, milliseconds, because we actually want that inside our executed code and packed code. And then I do npm install -d. Oh, that was my bad. That one. And I want -d -development at types / milliseconds. No, move that into... Move it into dependencies, please. Okay, now it worked. Very nice. And that helps us to just say milliseconds of, I don't know, every minimum is 5 seconds, and maximum is milliseconds of 1 minute, maybe. And initial milliseconds of I don't know, 5 seconds. I think we have to rebuild again. Oh, I think I know why it crashes. The web server is probably watching the directory build, but at the beginning of the webpack of the build command, I'm deleting the build command, and that might make the server unhappy. Yes, it does indeed. I see. Does it? Yeah, it seems to be. No such file or directory. Yep. Okay. So that's why. Should just copy it to a different directory at some point. But that I won't do on stream, I don't think. But let me put it on the list. Go. Let's see. Bots should run from a single directory. Bots. Static file server bots should run from a single directory. Let's do it like that. Okay, that means I need to cut this one down again. And do www.twitch. Grab equal Python again. Because it's blocking the port, even though it's not working. What just happened? Does it work? Thanks. And exclamation mark. Dub. And that should do it. And now see whether that works. Yeah, there they are. And they start dancing. Hey Henry, how are you doing? I'm doing good, look at them. They are cute. And they move from time to time. Actually, it was better before the change than I did just now with the new timing. Let me change that back. So it's milliseconds of 1 second. Yeah, good to see you. How have you been doing? Yourself? Milliseconds of seconds. That is reasonable, we just learned. And now I crashed the server again. Because that's how we do it here. You're working till 1 p.m. So 1 p.m? Bro, it's I see. What is p.m? Past? So already 6 hours. Oh wow. And even though it's that hot, man, time for a break. Take some tea. Today I have iced tea, self-made iced tea. I just take peppermint tea and apple tea and I brew that together. You're drinking cold tea. Very nice. Why are you working? Cheers. Yeah, so what was I about to say? That's the remote life. Yep. And probably you're probably still way more productive. So killing Python, pgrab, no. What command did I run just now? And then we reload these friends here. Dancing again. So these are Aoi, Midori, and Pink. We're the TypeScript tea time. How can I not drink tea? I'm also kind of half Japanese, so I think that's why I drink tea all the time. And they're dancing and dancing and dancing. Oh, he's happy, and she's happy as well. Midori and Pink. And now Aoi is also happy. Or maybe we just call him Ao. I don't know. Okay, I drink something different than tea. Very nice, very happy with what we have there. So, and I'm using now the package ms milliseconds. Very famous package, which basically just gives you a human way to write something like what is it, 5,000. It turns a string like this into the corresponding milliseconds. That's all. So you don't have to remember that 1 minute is 60,000 milliseconds, for example. Very useful, I find. I could watch them all day long now. I love it. I love it. So let's say, whoops, come on. Oh, VS Code was stuck there for a second. Feature. Let's see. What are you working on? It's work. So you might not want to tell me, but that would be fine. The technology would be interesting. Would be interested in, if that's okay to say. Feature better timed Nikos. Very, very nice. The homework extended moved. Oh, I see. So they extended the... because you needed more time, or because they just want you to work more? Because that can be... Be careful that they don't use you to write their problem, to solve their problem. I mean, you're going to be anyway once they take you, but don't solve their problem before they hired you. Now we can refactor this ever so slightly, I noticed just now. Because push, so cats is an array, and push is a multi-arithmetic function. So that's why it has this ... syntax here. So we can just give it an array as well, like so. And maybe we give it a scale 0.9 here. Taking a project on which I'm working from a year ago. Hey, Yapraksky, welcome to the screen.
Yapraksky joined our tea
welcome
time.
to the TypeScript tea time. Good to see you. We are. I'm making these little friends here, the ants. And now they're laughing. These are Pink, Midori, and Ao. So Ao is the blue one. It's a Japanese word for Ao, for blue. Midori is the green one, which is the Japanese word for green. And Pink, I guess you can guess what he is, or she, or he. I don't know. Good to see you. How are you doing? Okay. Figma project. No, that's not a problem. Yeah. Eventually, sometimes it's also good to give to first give something, and then, particularly when they take you, that's kind of good. Or you would do it anyway. That's also nice. Let's see, we want to go into Neko and give this configuration here an optional parameter scale, which is a number. And can we actually have like 3 here? Is that a thing? Type literal. That's why. Okay, yeah, no. We are currently inside of the TypeScript interface. What we could do, I think, do something like this. Although we are not allowed to do the question mark, then I guess. Is it? Yeah, no, that doesn't work then. Anyway, let's stick with config. Yeah, default 3. And we do something like if config question mark OP with TypeScript. Yeah, we're doing something in the middle. We're doing currently Phaser 3 game development. Phaser 3. It's so bright. Oh, did they remake the website? Finally. It took them long enough. And some of my stream effects, like this here, or this one, Snow is not working. It's stars, that's why. This is handled with this Phaser game engine. And also these guys here now. And they do object-oriented programming, although they also support functional. And if you look into their, the labs, their examples page, they often use, for the sake of simplicity, they often use functional programming. In this part they do not, apparently, but they do support it. The Phaser 2 version, previous one, was actually mostly, or a lot more functions. So this one here. Oh, they're so cute. I want to set the scale to this dot. Actually, I just want to set it to this dot. No, config question mark config question mark dot scale or 3, and we can use question mark. Although in this case, I think it would even probably be better to have this. If somebody sets it to 0, this would resolve to something weird. It would set the scale to 0. I don't even know whether that's possible. All right. Yeah, this is our little component, the cat component, which controls these guys here. Basically, they just pick a random animation ever so often. That's why we get this effect that they are actually doing something out of synchronicity. They're so cute, I love them. I think I fell in love. We don't need you anymore. So, do I actually have the server not running still? No, I don't. I think I have to disable the effects for the time of our actual development, however. There they are. So this is now inside of the development server on localhost 8080. It is not inside of OBS as a stream overlay. What are you working on or learning, you proxy? Are you a TypeScript developer or JavaScript developer? Or do you do some other programming language? I'm very curious to find out. So that should be that one. It's actually just a refactor. Allow to set echo scale via config. What else do we have? I want to. There's my dice roll. So I added this. Let me open that one again. Sorry. Roll a 20. This nice little dice roll inside of here, and I want to have it make a sound. and work on PHP code. Oh, very nice. I did just one tutorial of PHP. So I cannot tell much about it. But I did work with a couple of people who worked much more, well, very much with PHP before. Nice. And in particular, modern PHP, I've heard, is very nice as well, in terms of features and comfort of development. It has developed a lot from the old days. So by the way, if you ever think, my D&D round that I'm playing while I'm listening to TypeScript Tea Time, I need a new dice roll, you can just do a D20 roll. Or if you think you need a very, 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 very large number, that's also possible. You will probably not be able to read the number as quickly as it disappears, but it is possible. I don't know if what is actually the largest number that I can put in here? Does that even work? Yeah, that still works. Fishland. I guess I call you land. Or if you're from Czech, I call you Czech, which is also fine. Sorry, the roll 20 got kind of covered up, I think. Yeah, the roll 50. You can try again. But that's definitely a thing. You can put in any number. I don't know what happens if you put in a negative number. I think it will still work. But it starts at... It might still work. Or apparently it doesn't. Did the server crash? I don't know. Is this one listening to the stream? No, it's not. Okay. You're not trying to learn Kone, I just don't know where to start. I'm just now starting my major in cybersecurity. Oh wow, very nice. Very nice. I did a bit of security stuff myself, even here on stream. Starting to code. You don't know where to start. JavaScript is not a terrible start, I would say, because you can start very, very quickly. I cannot tell you much about coding with cybersecurity in mind, like programming for cybersecurity. I cannot tell you anything about that. I can tell you about how to protect web applications. Learning coding with web applications is always a nice thing to start, I think. Security engineer. Because you have to understand it probably anyway if you want to secure them properly. Pull down the volume ever so slightly. If you're interested, there is a very, very good streamer. Shout out to Coding Garden. Recently, he has been streaming a lot more, in particular, and he's doing streams on that are very fairly beginner friendly, in particular. Also a security analyst. Between those two, I really want to aim for the next couple of weeks. Yeah. And as you learn more about the topics by working with them, I think you will also find your way inside of there, right? If you just want to learn coding, Python is a pretty good language to start with. JavaScript is an okay language to start with. The good thing about starting with with JavaScript is you can start immediately by just having a browser. And I think you have a browser because you talk to me on Twitch, right? What you could do theoretically is So right click, and even click on the inspect, and then immediately here you have the console. You see that up here. And inside of here you can start coding. You can say 5 plus 100, and it immediately shows the result. And const, or just a variable x, is equal to 100. And you can have a variable y, which is 9112, and you can do all kinds of fun stuff. Did it work? -/-1. What does that even mean? Are you trying to hack me now? I knew that. I appreciate your collaboration, but please don't try to hack me now. It should be fine, I think. I think I check whether it's an integer. Do I? Nice roll. Yeah, 2 integer. If it's not an integer, I just return. So probably, let's check whether that actually worked. Do we have no dash inside of here? No dash. Subscript is equal to require no dash. Hey, Mr.
Mr.
right?
_Zpizzy
No.
joined our tea time.
Mr. Busy, I guess. Welcome to the TypeScript Tea Time. How are you doing? We're actually kind of working on these characters, but I'm already done. So inside of the browser, you can pretty much immediately start coding if you write correctly. Require is not defined. Okay, unfortunately. Or do we just have no dash inside of here? Yeah, no dash is there. No dash dot random, for example. You cannot see anymore. We move this here for you. 100. There we go. And I'm currently using the low dash to integer function. So to integer, and you said it's like, what is this? What he says. That is 0. So you roll the d0. And I think I'm also using the random function that comes with low dash. Subscript dot, no, not random. Random. So 1 comma. Where do I actually roll the dice? Yeah, 1 to 0. Come on. That's better, huh? I do know a bit of cybersecurity. Working as a web developer, you have to know some degree. In particular, one of the things that always happen is somebody wants to have some authentication, right? Somebody wants to log into a web page, to your web page, and this needs to be secure. You want to store the passwords, and this needs to be secure. In particular, if you're doing it for a business, but even if you're not doing it for a business, you should make it secure. Apparently, random from minimum number 1 and maximum number 0 is 1. Oh, it actually, you can apparently provide a negative number, and then so random of a negative number should work. Oh, not random, sorry, roll. It's roll. But it doesn't. That works. But why? I don't know why it does not work. Let's try to find out. Oops. Button. Yeah, so what I want to say is you can immediately start in the browser. There are way better ways to do that code JS in the browser. If you do not want to, there's something called REPL. REPL it. And you can just write your code and then run it immediately. For example, this prints hello world to the console. So that's very nice if you don't want to install it. But you can also do it apparently with all of the other coding stuff. I know that a lot of, in cybersecurity, many people do some scripting. So what is always useful is either Python or Bash. But that's very, very, so Python being a fairly high level programming language, I like it personally. I like to look at it in particular. It's very easy to read. Bash is very, very low level, but it pretty much runs everywhere as long as you have a Linux machine. And JavaScript runs everywhere in the browser, so that's pretty nice. This website, for example, you can just immediately write code without having to do anything. Let's do a dice roll here. So that works. If I have this debug dice roll set up with GUI, dot GUI, dot.GUI, fairly useful package. You just give it an object and then you can change the values. Or you can call functions on it. If I do -10 here and I open the console, clear. Clear. Call the function, please. There we go. If I do debug dice, it works. Why did it not show up on screen? That's weird. Is it because of the way I'm... Ah, I see. The chatbot that I use. So I'm using a library called TMI.js to listen to Twitch chat. And this function here gets called with the message that you send. So it receives all those chat messages that you write into the chat, and then it looks whether it matches any of these. For example, if you include inside of your sentence anything that has !fire inside of it, it will show the fire, or !stars, and so on. But I'm using a regex for the dice roll, and the regex does not allow a minus. We can change that if we want to. Let's see. So regex 101 is the page that I'm always using, like so. And then we can just do something like !roll 1 2 3 4. We want !roll minus 1 2 3 4 also to match. We want to exclude stuff like that. So this one is a match, this one is not a match, so the if inside of here will not be executed. And that's why the minus does not work here. But if I optional, so I can say something like minus ? I think. And that will allow us to also have a minus there, but only one. And if we change that inside of this regex here, That should do the trick. I have exclamation mark roll minus number also work, or it doesn't? Did it reload? Roll minus 1000. Doesn't work. It's not working. Oopsie. Why not? That should match, shouldn't it? What am I doing wrong? That should match. Web server is running. If I reload, it hopefully also reloaded this page. Let's go back to regex 101, I guess. Ah, we lost all the information. It matches. If we do this in Node, x is equal to what he says, and now we don't want to have x.test is string exclamation mark roll minus 122. True. So it should execute. That's weird. It also does an error, which is good most of the time. Ah, or maybe it didn't have focus. That's go on. That's weird. Answer.log. Message. But also try to debug it. ES main scene. This might get messy. But this is now the not 100% the TypeScript that we have possibly. Right here, I want a breakpoint. And now if I write any message, did that work? Ah, it doesn't reload, huh? The debugger is not working the way I want it to. Okay. I don't know what's wrong there. It should match. It should match. But I don't know why it doesn't. For whatever reason. Well, negative numbers don't work, I guess. It's that simple. Let's revert this. And what did I actually want to do? Ah, I wanted to add sound. When this guy starts, I want to have oh wait, 10,000 maybe. Oh, 7,000 maybe. So when this rolls, I think we have an on start or on init or something like that. On start, there we go. We can provide a function which does the following. Since we have access to the scene, we can play some sound. Dot play dice roll. And we definitely need some volume settings. I always start at 0.1 and then we see how that goes. Volume is very, very difficult to get right on stream, in particular with those. I think I can start at 0.5. You won't hear it right now, but you will as soon as it's actually added the proper thing. What we need to do, however, is we need to load the audio file. And to do that, I just copy this line because it's pretty much what we need. I call it dice roll. And inside of my sounds, I already added this dice roll.mp3 file. Let's roll, which I found on freesound.org under CC0, so public. So we load that file. Got that. That seemed to have worked. And now, there it is. It's very quiet. Oh, it's still very. So let me add it like this. Build that one. I think we can now build this once more, which breaks again the services, not the services, but the bots will fail again once more. So feature dice roll. Built. And as soon as that's built, need to restart server, unfortunately. Maybe I should just grab the Python. I run www. No, I have to restart both, I guess. Right? Those guys restarted. Now I need to. So again, sound on stream is always very, very complicated, audio on stream. So please give me some feedback whether this is okay-ish. Loud. I cannot really tell. Was that too loud? Was that just fine? I didn't even hear it. Just hear myself. Now one more try. Oh yeah, that's not terrible. I like it. Okay, cool. We got that one covered as well. We have our characters. We have a bit of our dice roll improved. Now, things I would like to have is what I'm thinking about is the following. Suppose I start a new stream and you come in, and when you write for the first time, immediately one of our cat friends, here immediately gets a speech bubble that says, hi, name of your name. Let's say, hi, Hannelog, for example. I think that would be pretty amazing. How do we do that? I do not have a speech bubble yet. So I would need to draw one. What else? We need a way to write. Right? Full stop. We need a way to write. And need a way to find out whether somebody already joined or not. So I think we will get that running, or we will start with that in just a couple of minutes. For now, I will take a very short break to get some new tea in particular. My tea is almost empty. And make a short eye break. Getting those eyes, the tiredness from those eyes away. All right, see you in a minute. I will take so it will be a short ad break so that other people do not see ads when they come in. Be right back. Oh, and look at them! They're even on the stream, on the break screen. Are they even on the waiting? They're on the waiting screen even. Very nice. Okay, enjoy your time with our newest friends, Ao, Midori, and Pink. Right, back we are. Give a quick update for our, well, what we're actually working on here. The Mascot characters are done. We also have the exclamation mark row sound effect done. I do also have a slime friend, but I guess we do that on another day. What we're going to do is Nico says hello to chat. To chatter on first message. Correct. Use. Hey, that didn't work. Great. That server is down as well. Never mind, I just have to click the refresh buttons. My bad. So, how do we do this? So what do we need? We need a track, well, sorry about that. Show some text above text. Format text. Then have a speech bubble. This one I will probably move to the bottom, but still. Track chatters of the day and say hello if new chatter. Okay, let's try it. Style. Okay, let's start with showing some text. That should be fairly easy, I think. So if we just do it anywhere, we do something like this.scene.add text. We give it a position. The cat fortunately knows its position. You can just use a minus 100 maybe. And then comes the text like hello Twitch. And then we give it some configuration like text font family, press to start with that name. Something was pressed. Press P to start. Press start to P. Do not P on my screen. Font size must be fairly large, like 86 or something. Pixels. And let's see how that looks. Currently we do it 3 times because I'm doing it inside of the cat. Do it 3 times. Yeah, we do not see anything. Is the service to run? No, it's not. Right. Okay. As we move it out. This text, and we say something like would be nice if the cats actually That would be pretty cool. Oh yeah, how about that? Do it like that. Of specific bit. And we give it a speech functionality basically, where a speech bubble pops up above the cat and then the text shows. I think that's pretty cool. So public say hi ams this.scene.add this.x this.y minus 200 because we move it to the top. It starts at 0 up here and that goes down. If we want to show something above something else, we must take minus of that, and maybe we want to give it a color of white. Check. I think we can just call it white. Okay. And then we can say this.cats add 0.say hi. Oh wow, that's really large. 32 pixels. There we go. That isn't too terrible. One thing that is always annoying. Line. Center. That one. Dot set origin. Go 0. Yeah, that's better. Very nice. That's also an okayish size, I guess. Although it should be slightly above, because otherwise it will clip into, if this text gets very, very long, which can happen for some usernames. Oh no, it's perfect. It's right above my face. Very good. So that works. Anyway, anything else? I want to have animated. So we have this one done. We have style text also done. Animating the text is still open. Will take some time, I guess. Direct chatters of the day. Say hello if new chatter. The speech bubble. So this might be the most complicated one because I have to actually tracking the chatters. Okay, it should be alrightish. I want to make a new political. Chat tracker. Yes, chat tracker. Export class chatter tracker. This is a completely basic TypeScript class without anything from Phaser. It receives a. Does it receive? It does receive nothing. But it has a private chatters, and then we have a function public add chatter, test and add. Upsert chatter, which receives a username, and what it does is it adds the username to the list if it's not yet there. If chatters.includes username. Otherwise, this chatters.add push, username. And now I want to have the structure. I give it a scene so that it can interact. It's basically a controller, in fact. Actually, I want to rename it. Private. Only. Yeah, we don't know. Scene. Done. So if we have a new chatter, we also want to say this.scene. We don't have the could give them give it the list of the cats as well. So maybe let's do private read only cats, which is a neko. So this.scene we randomly pick one of the cats. Where is it? What is it? No dash sample. Yes. This one. Cats. And we call the say hi method of it. And we give it a username. Say hi. Username. String. The name question mark. Use this. Username or Twitch. That it already. That's not much code. that's not much code at all. That is very, very little code. I'll be right back. Gotta switch on the lights and my tea is also waiting. Okay. So we have a way to track stuff. In fact, we don't need the scene at all, right? Just need to collaborate with the cats and they do all the fun stuff. So in here, now want to have this dot. Yeah, we need the chat tracker as variable, I think. Private chat tracker. is a chatter tracker, sorry. Because it keeps track of who has chatted before. The chatter tracker is equal to chatter tracker of cats. Cats. Come on. There we go. Okay. And now where do we receive messages? There we go. So if actually we just want to say chatter tracker dot upsert chatter username, and by default I probably want myself inside of here to do that myself statically to ignore. Although we can also, why not? Why should the cats not say hi to me? I think that's it. Already. So whenever somebody says something in chat, Yoshi will trigger this function with the username, and this goes into the upsert chatter. Upsert chatter says, well, is your name already on the list? Did you already write something? If yes, okay, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we track you and we let one of the cats say hi. And that's it. So if I say hi now, wait, it's still saying hi Twitch. Oh, we failed to compile, that's why. Yeah. That's why. Okay, we're saying hi now. Nothing happens. Great. Why not? It does not work. Why? Was I already on the list? That's the big question. .log username. Well, already read it. Already said hi to. It's not triggering at all. Am I ignoring myself anyway? I'm not connecting to Twitch. That's why. So now I'm actually listening to. Oh, okay, that explains why it wasn't working earlier. The role. Okay, we joined Twitch chat. When I say hi now, here we go. Hello, TypeScript tea time. It is very large. That word? I have it like this, I think it should work, right? Hey, yeah, that's perfect. That's actually perfect. I didn't expect it to. Nice. Then let's give ourselves a little, make some fun, have some fun. Const greetings. So we can say hi, and say hello, and say welcome, can say, I don't know, what else can we say? Greetings. We can say heya, can say we can say synonyms for hi. Other words. Page. That's related. Synonyms. That all? How are you? Hey. Howdy. Yeah, I guess. We have hey? Yeah, we have. And then we pick one of those guys. Sample of Sample is the winner of the game today. Sample of greetings. Invalid type string or undefined of template. Wait. Have const. Is it still undefined? They should improve the types. They should improve the types. We can say, if I reload this, I say ASPF. Welcome TypeScript tea time. Would you look at that? We might want to not take the username, however, but instead something very slightly different, like the display name. It's the text.play name. That one. Stream elements is better. Oh. Okay. Or username. So now it's time for tea time. It works! Look at it. Very nice. Very nice. I do want to shift it somewhat to the left, however. So like minus. So it is centered. It is centered. Good. Yeah, it is. It depends on which cats cat is actually saying it. So we leave it at that. What next? We can make it so that it is saying it time after time, then, like word for word. That would be nice as well. So to do that, I think we can use a tween. And a tween is a very, very special object because it automatically gets updates. What we need is target full string. What he says. Can add the text like so immediately. Now we can change it with time. See. See. Start add. If we take just the general count, maybe from 2000, from 0 to 2000. Better. Eating duration 3 seconds, 2 seconds maybe. Maybe let's take 2 seconds for starters. Config from 0 to config reading duration, also the duration. Actually, this does not matter at all. All we need is the duration. Reading duration. Then we want on update. Which is a function. Take some argument. Actually, it doesn't even take an argument. And from here, we say const reading is reading dot greeting dot set text. Oh, we can do something funny here. From 0 to full string dot length. How do we get access to it? Any yes and favor 3 bean counter. The 3 between start at counter. How do we get access to the value? should somehow get access to from and to, I think. Update. Or do we have something like on step? Ring. Happy. Fallback scope. Hold. We want to hold, however. Like dot. Thing. Hold. Time. Hold duration. Five seconds. 7. 7 is a good. Next canon max. Initial greeting hold. We have here offset loop e params start and stop. How do we get access to those? Let's go. We have E. Where did the comma go? What happened? Oh. A, B, C, D, E. Would that be alright? We get the tween. The tween has a value. No, B has a value. Okay. B, you are of type value number, even if you don't know it. So, we can actually script. So now we can use this to interpolate essentially. Dot lit substring from 0 to math dot floor of value. Actually, just of value. Are these integers? I don't know. And with that, we should have ourselves a nice yeah, type script time. Sweet. So we just need to fiddle around with the timing. Maybe 2 seconds should be. Why? Oh, that was too fast. Oh, 2 seconds is too low. 1. Why is that so slow? Shouldn't it? Oh, that's the whole time that I'm changing. Oh, I see. This one, the greeting duration. Greeting enum. Would you look at that? Isn't that cool? Isn't that nice? Configuration set of reading. I think I need an outline, however, so that it works on everything. How do I do that? Phaser 3 or phaser text outline. Border. Stroke thickness is different. Wait. So phaser lab. Phaser lab. We want text and the game objects. Oh. Game objects, thank you. Text. And do we have something like border, outline, stroke, shadow, stroke? Yeah, that's it. That will be. What do we need? First of all, we need different colors. The most important part. So the shadow should be black. Always. That's simple. No, wait. That's the actual text. Let me just edit it in here. This here should be white, and this here should be black. But the hashtag also be without a hash. Run the code. Well, that's nice. Doesn't that look nice? Doesn't really matter which one. I think the last one. So that looks alright-ish. That we have as well. Text, that's stroke. Here we go. Reading. Let's set stroke black. And then set the shadow. Reading. Set the shadow to neither stroke or fill if you don't need to. Need a shadow, then don't call such. Well, that's obvious. Let's try it. So the problem that I'm currently working on is that what happens if my background is actually colored in white? Where do I color the background? Okay. Now, if I say hi, it's really nice. I love it. That's really nice. And if we even had like a talk animation, that would be even better. But just, and that's actually fairly simple, right? All we need to do is go to this, right? And essentially take the laughing face. Okay, in that direction, but in that direction. What did I do? Didn't know you can do that. So, this one is a new one. We also take its idle frame. Pull this one over, make these two into a new frame talk. And then it just moves between frames. Frames need probably thinking about the timing. I don't know, maybe something 400 for beginners. But that's too low. $200. So it looks like it's actually opening the mouth only. Is 100. 100 is too much, huh? $60. Yeah. I think that's about it. Let me do this again. Let me do that again. Let me close this. Did I not save it? No, I wanted in this state. Now you, my friend. From aoe.json we go to aoe.json, and also need to replace all of these images. I need to do the same for the other colors. Let's do that. Maybe let us try it with aoe first. animations org. Talk should not be in there. I don't think. Special enums maybe. And now down here, say on start to this.play dot of special row. Comma, and on complete, no, on I'm actually not sure when the complete will be called. Might need some more there. This. And then we need private. Do not override animation. Is in special animation. Ports on start actually says yes, you are in a special animation. Is in special animation true. And on complete we want to say this dot is in special animation false, so that our function that we have up here and this dot is in special should not be in a special animation, and the time for the next animation should have passed. Okay. Now if we say hi. Wait. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? Is to play the talk animation. Can you play the talk animation always, please? That one isn't working. Oh, why are you not working? Seems to be alright-ish. Wait. Yes, right. Wait. Didn't they just... There should be two new frames. Shouldn't it? Oh no, it's unifying this one, huh? That might be causing a bug. Let's just for the lols give him one more pixel of red. Couldn't look better. Export. Like I have to put everything again. Why are my node modules opened anyway? Wonder why I didn't put it up. What's that about? Why do you jump down there? Yeah. Are we? Save. Alright, complete successfully. It's not looping. That's why. It's doing it once and then that's it. I forgot to set it as looping. Echo. That's why. So here's this and Pete -1. No, why not? Because I'm not doing it up here. Yes. Okay. Perfect. That means we can go back here. We can fix our friend. Now you look much better. Can export again. By now I actually want. Ow. Export. Oh, PNG. JSON. Fine. Export. Right? So, now, loading scene. On the one hand, we need this to be ow instead. Because I just decided that the name should be ow. We. Done. You, my friends. Then we need to check where that works, right? Oh, no. And enable this one again. Oh. No. Why are you not happy? It was random, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Anything else? Let's see. Oh, got my green tea, unfortunately. Oh, bitter. Oh. It's bitter. Pork is special. So let's fix the animation again. Was it broke now? What's more? No, it didn't. Alright. Okay. That one is good. On start, it starts animating, and it also sets this special animation. Do not switch to other to another animation in that time. And then it runs, and then finally it turns it back. So the question is, when does it actually turn? Let's say hi. What did you see then? For a split second it showed the complete text, because I'm not using a string. Okay, let's do once more. It's doing it too long. It's doing it also over the whole period. And how do we solve this? We have on hold. Oh, oh man. Lead on loop. No, not on loop, never mind. On hold is what I'm looking for. On repeat. Stop. Is it stopping? Phaser tween on hold. What's the stream before going? Instead of using hold, we can use complete delay. Wait, what? Stop maybe? Okay, we can do this differently, I think. So yes, it is a special element. We do the following. If value equal to config dot time initial hold. What is the maximum here? From string.x. 2 is equal to what he said. Equal to 2. Maybe master floor. Master seal, probably. Actually not sure. Console.log, maybe we can just log out the value to see play e enums at let's see. Const walk was wrong. I want item here. Okay. Let's take a look at it. There was a tiny peak. Nice. That works. We have animated text. We also have to remove the text. Incomplete. Reading dot this. Nice. Look at that. Very nice. Okay, now what do we need to do? We need to get rid of all of the friends. We need to once again change the colors. These friends here, Midori and pink. So, Midori and open a sprite. We take the green color, make sure continuous is off. Oh, there's a missing dot. Alright, in that case we instead open Aoi first. Oh, apparently I just missed a dot. That means it's actually in the original, right? We should take care of that. Where exactly is it? There it is. I think so. That didn't work. Why not? Maybe because the file was open. No, it's not working. Why? Sports. Act. Yeah, that's the wrong one. What is happening? It should be 7, but it's only 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this one and that one is different. Why is it only 6? I guess it's alright. Yeah, that one is there. That one is there. That one is there. Maybe it was 7 due to the weird pixel. Okay. This one once more. These two we throw away once again. The weird pixel is gone. Yes, to be gone. Midori. Pink. I didn't save the colors. Oh, fortunately I have them. I've used JPEG to get the colors here. Okay, try this again. Midori and open you, a sprite. Next, I think should add the color to the. This is now Midori. I go to here, red color, and here we have the base. We have thing out. Sprite. Add this color here. There. Then browser, take this, add it to a sprite, and everything. This color becomes the green. Then files, ping, a sprite. Whatever reason that opens the window. Fine. This color here. Add it to the sprite. That color here. And we add to the sprite. Well, is that the right one? It doesn't look. This doesn't. Let's revert pink. It only 6. 7? I'm really confused here. Different. Base color is oh. I'm confused about the export. Why does R only have something must be missing? No, these two are identical. That's why. Oh yeah, these identical. Still included. Okay. I think we understood now what's happening. We can now finally take pink Or don't save it. Take pink. And we... The wrong one. Take the copy of OW. Jesus Christ. Pink. Stay sprite. Blue. Expected. Go to our colors here. Get them from here then. Add these here. Add them to the palette. This one to the palette as well. Everything. This color and that color. Save it. No. Okay. When you got it. Aged? Maybe? What you can do. Where's the difference? Spot the difference. So this one is identical, and this one is identical. This one is the one down here. This one is there. This one is there. These here are identical. The export didn't work, did it? No, it did. Never mind. Yeah, this one we do not have. Ah, here are the eyes are different. Okay, this one is not in the left side. Now, main scene. Let's go back to wherever we use OW. We want Midori here. We want pink down there. That should give us these. When we say hi, we see a TypeScript tea time. Nice. Now, let's see. We want a speech bubble. We want a speech bubble. I think we can draw that. Pixel art. Shouldn't be too terrible. Oh, but it has to be adjustable to its content, which means we need to use 9 slicing. Right? Which means we need to use 9 slicing. There is a phaser plugin for 9 slicing. 9 slicing means you cut your image into 9 slices. So 2 in this direction, 2 in this direction. It means you have one center piece, you have or 3 in each row, summing up to 9. And the good thing about that is that if your image is nicely taken, in particular without this bottom part here, or this bottom part is in a specific spot, then you can scale it without having to worry about stretching the pixels. That's what it's. Actually, I just want a text bar. I don't even want a suite, I think. So 9 slicing would work if put the center very far off. So similar 9 sliced image texture where top is 10, left is 15, right is 20, bottom is 30 pixels in size. doesn't quite work, I think. I think we just want a text box. That's all we need. And a text box, I think I can draw. Means I do a new image. Maybe 128, 128. But otherwise, it will be very, very pixel. Well, let's take it. We need black. Yeah, we need a bounding box. Rectangle. That's the wrong one. This one. So now the fun part comes. We still need to 9 slice it, right? 9 slice it. This, maybe we even increase the size ever so slightly so that it comes. So then we remove the last part here. Yeah. And use. Can I? No, I cannot. Never mind. And could just use. Work. Oh. Testing does not work. There we go. That should do it. Now we trim it down and then we say save. Put it into text box dot a spread text box first of all. Now export it as PNG. Okay. That should hopefully directory is correct, so we can add it or load it from somewhere. Box slash images slash textbox.js, no, png, save. We still need the 9 slice thing, right? And we want to actually have it as a property file. Then load the plugin and preload. Problem is it does not have TypeScript. Import star as 9 slice from TS error. Happy. So let's just check where the 9 slices are even there. Maybe. Follow the log. Factory. I did edit once, but I can't remember in which project, which is a bit annoying. And resolve. On 9 slice wire. That still said module not found. How did I include this, bad boy? Move this to the side quickly. Somewhere I used. Yeah, the question is where. Somewhere isn't too helpful. This. I did something in here, apparently. And I got it working, apparently. Phase at 3, 9 slice. Okay. Then whatever that was, remove it. And instead npm install phaser 3 9 slice. Hopefully it still resolves. So now we can import this apparently like so. And next slide. If and where did I actually nowhere. But at least we can go to this page now. The 3. So this is how line slicing works. These parts here that should stay static are do not change, while the parts in the middle who are designed to change can be adjusted just as you want. That yeah. Do I not use this anywhere? Here we want this dot scene dot add line slice. Oh, that actually works. What does DLG stand for? Add. Anyway, this is a text box. Did we already add that? Yes, we loaded it. Perfect. And now we need to find out its size again. Starting XY coordinate. Starting XY coordinate should be this dot x minus, I don't know, it depends on how large the other one is. Full string. Actually, we can do something like greeting dot get left top left dot x dot y width and height of the object. Reading dot display size, display width. Reading dot display height, and after this we need to set the text 0. Oh, nothing again. The width and height to offset for a corner slide. We had 64, right? So I think 24, 16. Fine. We have like 4, 4. Up. That case. Save usage area. 0. Oh boy, if this works, I would be very happy. It would also be nice if we could just say hi via some move. Checking. We need to go to main scene. Main scene. And I will debug. Say hi. And we say that's at 0 dot say hi of, well, it works for this one. It should be. Get it down here. That makes it so that it should pop up there as soon as we start the server. I'm very curious whether this works. Oh, it worketh. It actually worketh. But it's very, very small. That's not. I actually wanted to scale, right? In this case. So this whole 9 slide thing was completely useless. Right. This dot scene dot add dot image number pieces. The scaling. Let's leave it. Let's leave it, and instead we open a sprite once more. And we make this image way larger. Way larger. 16. Let's make it 4. This save. That's it already. Yeah. Now, however, these guys are off. So let's count some pixels. Oh, we didn't even change this one, right? I mean, it doesn't really even matter. Let's count some pixels. So let's try to find a brush that is about this size. Like so. Okay, very good. And well, if we go down here, we should be fine, right? So if we go down to 32, $24, then we don't need, well, we can take offset 2, just to be safe. Okay, now here we take a little bit of offset, like -50. And here we take a little bit of offset, -50. Here we must take plus 50 times 2, because we have to shift it left and right, and here as well. Now, oh wow, that's that much. Oh. Yeah, we're getting closer. We are getting closer by them. Take 42 here. The number, no, 40. And here we take 20 maybe. It's almost there. It is almost there. I want to say something like say hi. Time. It works. Why did it get smaller? Why? I just not have it. Line slice speed bubble. Okay, that's how you could do it if you have enough parameters, which we do not have. Area. Height of your object. The four corner slice pixels to offset when comparing safer. Not 100% happy with this. I am not 100% happy with. But again. Left. And greeting. Get right. Right. something like this on update. Boy. Oh yeah, these are not necessarily integers. Oh. Ah. E dot E dot set origin of 0.5. Get center. Get center. And it get center. We're getting there. I think I need to fiddle around more with how to actually add the speech bubble. It's a bit more complicated apparently than I would hope. But we can already run our code without the speech bubble. So that's something. We'll upload these changes, yeah. So this one. We can try to say something. Does work. And if I write something again, already said hi to. Perfect. Works. It just works. Just works. Just works. We had that one. Not even sure whether I want to. Those two are fine. And you comment out. We do want to say hi in the debug. All right, feature. Let's say hi. And then we can say something. Build. And we do one more kind of production deployment and try it. If it works, it works, and we're all happy, and I will finally finish. Wow. Long stream. And if it doesn't, well, that's also fine. Python again. By Python. www. Effects. There they are again, and they are dancing. They're cute. And now I say final test. Welcome, TypeScript team. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? And I think it disappears. Yeah, there. Very nice. Oh. That's it. We did it. We did it. We done did it. Commit that or push it to the remote. I thank you so much for joining. We created our nice little friends here. These are Ao, Midori, and Pink. And I'm fairly happy about how that went. We can ever so quickly look at our to-do list. Have a speech bubble. We can say hello if it's a new chatter. We can track the chatters. Do not quite have the speech bubble there. But, well, gotta compromise at some point. Oh, I have so many windows open now. This one can be closed. So these. Very happy about our new friends here. I think that will be pretty cool. Maybe if we push them slightly down, they would be right on the VS Code line here. Blue one. Maybe that would even be better, but I guess it's fine. It's fine. Midori would have some trouble. Okay, I thank you so much for joining. If you've liked what you've seen, feel free to not subscribe, but follow first of all. And yeah, this was the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host Mirko. Hope you had a great time. Cheerio, everybody. See you next time. Goodbye then.